Hey all, good morning everyone. We'll start in just 5 minutes. Requesting you to wait for just 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll start. We are waiting for some other people to join, and then we'll start.
Okay, let's start the session now. Just a second. Hello, guys. Good morning and welcome you all in this emerging technology session. Myself, Archie this side, and I'm your host for this session. Guys, if you have any question and queries, please put question on chat box. We will be there to help you out. So today event sponsor for this webinar is Synergetics. So Synergetics Learning is an India most distinguished learning company in IT technology. We are ready with our top class learning solution that can be made to fit every requirement in every sector across every industry around the globe. Our expensive greenfield solution include that is persona-based onboarding solution, onboarding add-on, certification add-on, reskilling solution, emerging technology training solution, certification hackathon solution, cloud adoption solution, latest technology training solution, sales pre-sales training solution, practice playbook solution, and architecting solution. Our today webinar is organized by ETC community and sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Our ETC community is open to all the people who are interested in our emerging technology. You just need to follow our meetup group, which is emerging technology community. Then you have to follow the code of conduct. Please note that no one is allowed to take a screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. Also, if you have any technical question related to the topic, you can use the chat box to ask your question. And we will try to upload this training on our official YouTube channel. Today's speaker for this training, Mr. Makran Boyd. He is a Microsoft certified trainer and currently works with Synergetics as a training consultant. Agenda for this webinar, you will get an overview on the topic and more. Guys, don't forget to follow us on our social media platform like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for upcoming events. Thank you for my side. Now I would like to hand over this mic our speaker. He will continue ahead.
Thank you so much, Archie. So guys, am I audible to you? Everybody? So if I'm audible, can you give me a thumbs up?
Yes, sir, you can.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I hope, yes, I'm audible. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, so Archie, allow me to share my screen. So you may stop sharing. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. I hope you guys are able to see my screen. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, you may lower your hand now. Thank you. So before we start with this session, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Makrand Bhoir, and I'm working in the Synergetics as a training consultant over past a decade now. So I have training experience in Java and open source technologies, as well as these days I'm more involved into cloud technologies, for example, Azure and AWS trainings. So as I said, I'm Microsoft certified trainer, as well as I'm AWS authorized instructor also. So I have completed my certification, Microsoft Azure Developer Certification, Azure Administrator Certification, as well as I'm the Azure DevOps Engineer also. Along with that, I have completed AWS Architect Associate Solution certificate. So I have experience taking trainings into a lot of corporates, for example, Capgemini, L&T Infotech, JP Morgan, HSBC, okay, Synchron. So these are some of my client list. So welcome you all for this session, for this webinar, I would say, for 4-hour sessions, wherein we will be discussing about a Microsoft Copilot, which we can use with the DevOps. Okay, so this is the agenda for the session. So I'll introduce you to GitHub Copilot. Okay, then we will speak about some features of GitHub Copilot. Okay, and along with that, okay, I will just talk about just one sec. Okay, I'll just talk about these are some of the core topic. So for example, we will create required infrastructure using Terraform as a technology, and we will create that Terraform files with the help of Copilot. Then followed by that, we will create a required project. So I can create a Java project, .NET project, or any kind of a project. But since I'm from the background of a Java. So I'll be, comfortable creating a Java project. So I will do that. Okay, so we'll be creating that Java project with the help of a Copilot. Okay, and finally, we will be deploying that project, whatever we have created the project. We will test that project deploying locally also. Okay, and along with that, we will deploy that project to the infrastructure what we have created with the help of Terraform. Okay, so we will deploy this project by using a pipeline. Okay, and I'm going to use a GitHub action as a pipeline to deploy it on a Azure. Yeah, so that is the important part from this session. Okay, so I'll explain before we get into the actual session what we are going to do in this session. So what are the main important parts which we'll be doing in this session? So I'll just explain that to you with the help of one diagram. Okay, so I hope you are able to see a white screen in front of you. So whatever be the infrastructure that we want, so I will be setting up that infrastructure. Okay, there is some term called as a infrastructure as a code. So I will be setting up that required infrastructure on my Azure subscription. So I will be setting up that required infrastructure on my Azure subscription. With the help of a GitHub Copilot. So I will be writing a script locally on my local machine. So here you're going to have your local machine, your local computer setup. Okay, and here I will be opening my editor. Okay, and I can use any kind of editor. I can use a VS Code. I can use IntelliJ. I can use Eclipse. I can use Visual Studio. Okay, but I'll stick to VS Code. I'm going to use a VS Code as an editor. Okay, and I will be generating in this VS Code some project. So I will be generating a project. So for example, a project called as Azure IC. Okay, and that project we will generate with the help of a GitHub Copilot. So that project will have some files. Okay, and those files also we will generate with the help of a GitHub Copilot. Okay, and finally, okay, I will just go and have some Terraform file over here. So TF file. TF is the extension for Terraform. So Terraform is one of the technology using which you can set up required resources in the Azure or in the AWS. You can set up those required resources. So it is a part of a IAC, infrastructure as a so infrastructure as code. So I'm going to set up required infrastructure as a code using this script file. So Terraform is one of the technology using which you can set up a required infrastructure. So for example, there are many such technologies. Terraform is one, then we are having Azure PowerShell, Microsoft PowerShell, then Azure CLI. Okay, then we can set up Java project also to create a required infrastructure. I can create a Python project also for creating a required infrastructure. So that we can do it by the number of different ways. But I'll stick to Terraform. because that is the most common, used technology for setting up a required infrastructure in the, currently in the industry. So what we are going to do, so we will generate this project with the help of a VS Code, and we will run this project so that it will set up, some resources over here inside my Azure subscription. So resources such as, so it can set up a resource group, and inside the resource group, I can set up the app service. So that is, ultimately my goal is, so I will be setting up the app service. Okay, and inside this app service, I can deploy any kind of a project. So when I run this, Terraform file, I will be able to set up my required infrastructure. So for example, my resource group and my app service will be set up. And after that, I will be setting up another project, okay, and that is my Java project. Okay, I will be setting up another project in local machine, and we will set up an Java web project. Java web project will also have some files, some JSP files, some HTML files, some servlets, so those files will be present. And ultimately, my goal is what? I will go and prepare an WAR file of this, and I will deploy that WAR file over here inside this app service. And we will do that, with the help of GitHub Action. So for that, whatever project is available on the local machine, I will put it, over here in the GitHub. So I will push that code to the GitHub as a source code management. So I can create a repository for this particular project. For this particular project, I can create a repository. Okay, and I will just go and push that project over here in a GitHub repository. So once I go and push that project to the GitHub repository, so this is my GitHub repository. So this is going to be your public GitHub repository. So as and when you're going to say a git push, so your code will be deployed, or your code will be published to the GitHub repository. And as soon as I push a new code to the GitHub, I will be setting up one pipeline, and for that pipeline I will be using GitHub Action. So using a GitHub Action, I can set up a pipeline. Okay, you can visualize that pipeline like this. Okay, that pipeline will have maybe two jobs. One job is a deploy job and one job is a build job. So for example, this pipeline will have two jobs. One is build job and second one is deploy job. Okay, so as and when you go and push a new changes, it will go and update to the GitHub repo. And once you have any new changes on a GitHub repo, your pipeline will get triggered automatically. Okay, it will build a project. So as a result of building the project, it will generate a deployable file. And okay, as and when you generate a deployable file, so this deploy job will help you to deploy it over here. So this we are going to do it. This entire stuff we are going to do it in today's session. So over here, where can we use a GitHub Copilot? So Copilot will be used in generating the required project. So over here, we will be generating a Terraform project. We will be generating a Java project using a GitHub Copilot. Okay, then I will be pushing the files of a Java project to the GitHub, repository, public GitHub repository, and then we will set up, this pipeline. Okay, so pipeline is normally will be created in the YAML file. Okay, so that pipeline also will be set up with the help of a GitHub Copilot. So setting up of all these, codes and setting up of all these pipelines will be done via GitHub Copilot. Got it? So when you go and push the code, it will go and modify my public GitHub repository. And as and when you have, okay, any update on the GitHub repository, it will trigger this pipeline. So this pipeline will be in the form of GitHub action. Let me just put the name. Okay, and that will be normally in the form of a YAML file. Okay, and somebody is going to push this GitHub repository. So that will trigger this pipeline. Pipeline will build a project. So as a part of building this Java project, this will produce, ultimately this will produce a WAR file. Okay, and that WAR file will be deployed ultimately, so whatever be the generated WAR file, it will be deployed, ultimately on the app service, what we have set up initially. So whatever changes you will be doing, that will be instantly will be available, okay, for my users to access, on this public app service, and this app service URL will be accessible to, anybody in the world. So that is we are going to set up. Okay, so is there anybody is having any kind of a question on this? Yeah, let's save this. So anybody's can take a question. Yeah, we'll be using a pipeline. Okay. GitHub action as a pipeline we'll be using it. Can we use Azure repo instead of GitHub repo? Yeah, we can use, but I'll stick to Azure, GitHub repo, because as Azure repo I'll have to set up. So because initially I have planned for that Azure repo only, but there are some technical problem, because yesterday only Microsoft has announced that whatever be the Azure subscription that people are using, that they are disabled all the Azure subscription. Okay, that's the reason we are facing issue. That's why I shifted to GitHub action. Yeah, you can replicate the same, okay, whatever be the GitHub pipeline we are using, okay, GitHub action pipeline we are using, you can replicate the same in any kind of, pipeline. Yes, absolutely. This will work on any language. So it is, not language, specific. So language agnostic it is. Yeah, definitely. So it can also use with the Kubernetes microservice-based application also. Okay, so got it. We are going to do this way. Okay, so we'll be generating in our local machine, some Terraform file. So over here, as a replacement for a Terraform, you can use any kind of a language, such as Terraform is one of the language, which is the most popular to generate any kind of an infrastructure. But instead of using a Terraform, I can use what PowerShell also. I can use Azure Resource Manager template, ARM template also. I can use a Bicep template also. I can use, okay, Azure CLI also. Even for that matter, I can use any kind of a project, Python project, Java project also to set up a required infrastructure. But I have to choose one language. That's why I'm choosing a Terraform as a language. That's because that's very popular, these days amongst the developer. Okay, so Terraform, with the help of a Terraform, we will set up a required infrastructure. So I can set up a required infrastructure on the Azure or on the AWS also, but I'm choosing, the Azure, because I'm having a subscription related to the Azure as a part of a MCT, so as a part of a MCT, I'm getting few credits on the monthly basis. So I'm using that, I'm utilizing that, so for creating that resources. Okay, and then next step, we will set up a Java project with the help of a GitHub Copilot. Okay, and after that, we will push that to the Azure Git repo, GitHub repo. So instead of this, I can use Azure. So instead of this, I can use GitLab. Okay, instead of this, I can use Azure repo. Not a problem. You can use any kind of hosting provider. So this is just a hosting provider. So after I push the code to my GitHub repo, okay, I can set up inside this GitHub repo only. I can set up a GitHub action. That's the reason I have chosen this this GitHub. Okay, so if I choose a GitHub action, I can create a pipeline using a GitHub app action using a YAML file. So this YAML file can be generated with the help of GitHub Copilot, and using that GitHub action YAML file, I will be generating a build and I will be deploying that build to the the required infrastructure or to the target infrastructure. So this is the overall life cycle of what we are going to do. Yeah, you can use Ansible playbook also. Yes. Yes, GitLab also, I believe you can use action to create this. In the Azure repo, if you're using, then I can use what Azure pipeline. There is a resource called as Azure pipeline. So using Azure pipeline, you can build that project. Okay, so let's go and set up this. So let's start. So I'll just introduce you to the GitHub Copilot first. So what is GitHub Copilot? So if I just go to the official documentation, okay, and if I see what is GitHub Copilot, so GitHub Copilot is an AI coding assistant that helps you to write code faster and with the less effort, allowing you to focus on more on problem solving and collaboration. So it is just a simply AI coding assistance tool. So this will help you to write any kind of a code with the help of AI tool. So GitHub Copilot is just a AI assistant tool from which we will be generating, with the help of GitHub Copilot, we will be generating our code. So I can create a project, I can create a file, I can create any kind of a code. I can ask for any kind of a improvement, okay, in the code. I can ask Copilot to explain the code, I can ask Copilot to write the test cases. I can ask Copilot to generate a documentation. So I can ask the Copilot to do anything related to the code. So it is just a coding assistant tool, which will help you to write the code faster, okay, with the less effort, allowing you to concentrate, allowing you to focus your energy on more on problem solving rather than, rather than, fixing the syntax problem or fixing the, language issues. You know, So Copilot is the just coding assistant tool. So there are many features of Copilot. For example, you should pay attention on these features. So it can get a code suggestion inside your IDE. So I can use any IDE. I can use VS Code. I can use Eclipse. I can use IntelliJ also. So chat with the Copilot to ask for the help related to your code. So we can chat with the Copilot, just like we are asking a question to the Google. The same kind of a question you can ask to the Copilot. So Copilot will give you a specific answer rather than redirecting you to a list of pages, okay, from which you can get the answer. It will give you a specific answer what you are asking for. So chat with the Copilot just like you're chatting with the Google. In the natural language, you can ask a question. In the English language, you can ask a question. Okay. And ask Copilot to help using the command line tool also. So for example, I will be writing some kind of Terraform commands. So if I'm not aware of the Terraform, I can just ask for a help to the Copilot only. So how can I deploy, or how can I compile that Terraform code? Okay, I will be using a Maven also, to generate a build locally. So I will be asking a few suggestions from the a Copilot, that how can I build my Java project by using a Maven. So you can ask Copilot help related to your command line also. So for example, you're getting some kind of errors in the command line. You can ask for the help. What is the error? Can you explain me this error? You can ask for the help. Can you help me fixing this error? Okay, so the Copilot will give you a relevant suggestion. Okay, but while using a Copilot, it's just a tool. It may not be perfect at all the time. So you will have to apply your knowledge also. While choosing the correct solution. Okay, so which solution is correct or which solution is not. So that you'll have to take, that you'll have to accept the suggestion based on your experience only. Because let me give you a disclaimer that Copilot may not be give you a correct suggestion at all the time. The how you're going to give a prompt, that way the Copilot will give you a the answer depending on your prompt. Okay, so Copilot may not give you a correct solution at all the time. Based on your experience, you will have to apply that solution, and you will have to see whether that solution is working for you or not. There are few plans. For example, Copilot has individual plan, Copilot has business plan, Copilot has an enterprise plan. So this feature is allowed only for the enterprise plan. So you can generate a summary for a pull request, and I can get that only in the Copilot enterprise. So when you write a commit message, so when you say a git commit, generally people will give a commit one, commit two, or update one, update two, that kind of a commit message. So you can generate that commit message also with the help of a Copilot. And that is also another beautiful feature I found. This Copilot provides you. So depending on whatever suggestion or whatever modification you have made inside the program or inside the application, what you are committing, so based on that, it will give you a suggestion. So what should be your commit message? And that feature is available for all the plans. It is available for individual plan, it is available for business plan, as well as it is available for enterprise plan. But only this generating a description or generating a summary for the pull request, it is available only in the enterprise. Okay, so if I just go and click on this page over here, let me give you this URL first of all to you. So you can just go and explore more about it. Vishwa is asking, can this complete with the Java? Without Java, I don't know. You do not need to know a Java in this context. We are not here to learn a Java. Java is a technology I have just taken to create a project so that I can deploy it on the target server, which we will be generating it via a Copilot. So by the way, we are not going to discuss anything related to the Terraform. we are not going to discuss anything related to the Java. By the way, these are some of the technology which I have chosen, using which we will be creating, the required setup on the Azure or on the AWS. And I will be, setting up a required application using that particular language. And ultimately, my goal is to create an action, GitHub action, using which you will be deploying that application onto the target infrastructure. So what is the goal of this session? We will be generating a required infrastructure using a Copilot. We will be generating any kind of a project, that may be a .NET project, Java project, or Python project using a Copilot. Okay. And by the way, we are not going to discuss anything related to the Java. So I hope, Vishwa, this is clear to you. Does Microsoft Copilot, GitHub Copilot are the same? Yes, because Microsoft has taken over the GitHub these days. So you can treat this as a same. Yes, Abhasi is also saying Azure pipeline in a YAML. Yeah, you can create Azure pipeline also using a YAML. Yes. Yes, Microsoft owns GitHub. So it has taken over a GitHub, I believe long back. In 2020, it has taken over. 2020, somewhere in end of the 2020. Yes. Okay. So if you look at this subscription over here, okay, and if you just go and click on this subscription, so you will get three kinds of a subscription. So you will see a Copilot for individual, Copilot for business, and Copilot for enterprise. So these three subscription you can get. Okay. So if you're an individual person, you can get the Copilot access, but that will be costing you a $10, per month. Okay. And for the individual person, it is allowing you a free trial of 30 days. So at least for 1 month, you can use it for a free. Okay. So you can try it out, give it a try, for a month. If you like it, you can continue using it. Otherwise, you can cancel the subscription. You can cancel the free plan, whatever you have taken. Okay. But while registering for this Copilot, you will have to provide a payment information. And in that, mostly you will have to provide a credit card. Okay. Initially, it will not charge you anything. It may charge you for the verification 1 or 2 rupees, but that will be also credited to you back in your credit card. Okay. And it will show you ultimately once it is, activated the free trial, it will show you ultimately when it, that free trial is going to end. So before that, you have to come back and you will have to cancel that plan, if you do not want. Okay. Otherwise, it will be continued and it will be charging on your credit card $10 per month. So you can create, you can get a Copilot for a business also, or you can get Copilot for an enterprise also. Okay. So if you're a business owner, or if you are as a company, you can get the Copilot for your employees also, and you can reserve who can who can use a Copilot or who can access a Copilot, that we can control. Okay, but over here you can choose this Copilot for individual. And let me tell you, Copilot for individual also, if you are acting as a student, or if you are acting as a teacher, or if you are acting as an open source, open source contributor, for these three individual people, the Copilot will give you a free access. Okay, but you'll have to prove your identity, whether you are, student. Okay, so you can see this. You can read this section. So you can get. So if you are a verified student, if you are a verified teacher, or if you are a verified maintainer, open source project maintainer, then you will get free access to the Copilot. So I'll just provide you this link. You can just go and explore this link if you want to get access free. You are asking, is Copilot works in GitHub, not in GitLab? You can, access. Okay, but whatever be the generated code, you will generate the code locally. So you can get the suggestion, you can, access that Copilot on the local machine, and then you push the code on the GitLab. That way you can access with the, GitLab. Okay, and by the way, since it is a product of, GitHub, okay, you can access here Copilot directly inside this GitHub also. Okay, so I will, take you to this here. Okay, so you can check out this. Okay, as a free, as a maintainer of a popular open source project repository, to determine if you are eligible or not, okay, you can just go and click on this link and find out more information. So if you are eligible to access a GitHub Copilot for free, you will get that option over there. But for that, you need to be a maintainer, active maintainer for popular open source project repository. Okay, but for a student or for a teacher, you will have to prove your identity. So you'll have to prove that you are a actual student, or you are an actual teacher, and that information is provided to you over here. Okay, if you want to purchase, okay, you can go and purchase that by. Okay, if you do not want to opt for this, you want to purchase. Okay, you can purchase that by clicking on that GitHub Copilot. Yes, this. So you can get the individual Copilot subscription. Okay, and for that you can come over here. You can log into the GitHub Copilot. You can just go and click on your profile icon, and here you will get your Copilot. So you can click on this, your Copilot. If your Copilot is not activated, it will tell you, it will give you a screen where you can activate, where you can purchase individual subscription, or you can purchase a, enterprise or a business subscription. So currently I'm having an, GitHub Copilot activated for this particular account. So I can use, okay, the GitHub Copilot. Okay. Anybody is asking for a question? Yeah. Okay. So that's it. About the Copilot setup. So once you have that Copilot license with you, okay, you can activate in any one of your ID. So for example, so if I'm using the Eclipse as a ID, so if you're using Eclipse as ID, then you'll have to get that required plugin. If you're using IntelliJ as ID, you'll have to get that required plugin. Okay, and if you're using a VS Code as ID to generate the Copilot or to activate the Copilot, okay, so you will have to get an extension. Okay, so you'll have to click on this extension first, and you'll have to get a GitHub Copilot extension. So you are AI programmer. So you'll have to get this Copilot extension. So in this case, in my case, it is already installed. And so once okay, install this extension, it will ask you for a credential. So you'll have to enter the same credential. So where you have activated your GitHub Copilot license. And once you enter that credential, you are good to use. Okay, and after that, you will be able to use your GitHub inside your ID, your GitHub Copilot inside your ID. Okay, got it. So I will be making use of some project. Okay, so let me use a Terraform project, and for creating a Terraform project, I will be making use of the GitHub Copilot. So once you install that extension, GitHub Copilot extension, you will get this kind of a symbol, a chat symbol. So once you click on this chat symbol, so you will get this kind of a window where it is ask you, or where it is going to tell you ask a question. So here I can go and ask a question, relevant question. So here I can ask the question same like what you are asking in the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is going to give you an answer. So that same kind of answer will be given over here in the directly in the IDE itself. So for example, now I want to generate a with the help of a Copilot, a project or the files using a Terraform. So I can use some commands which GitHub Copilot provides us. So for example, it has three kind of extension. We are having a workspace extension. So we are having workspace extension, terminal extension, and the VS Code extension. So I want to create now inside this workspace only a new project. So for example, I'm having this command called as a new. Can you see new command? So if you just go and give that /, it will give you what all sort of a commands. So you can search in the VS Code. You can start debugging in the VS Code. You can ask any code to explain, any code to fix. Any new project you want to create in the workspace. Okay, any help you require in the terminal, any sort of an error that you want to fix that is coming in the terminal. So you can use a relevant commands. So I will be making use of a command called as a new command, so that is from the workspace context space. Okay. So I will be generating a new project. So what kind of a project you want? So you can specify that description over here. So let me specify. So create a Terraform project. That should create resources in Microsoft Azure. So I will be making use of Terraform project, which should ultimately responsible for creating the resources in the Microsoft Azure. So what kind of resources you want? Okay, you can specify that also while giving this prompt. But as of now, I'm giving this prompt only. Let's see what kind of a file it is generating for me. So I'm pressing enter. So it is determine the user intent, searching for a project template, and finally it is giving me this kind of a project. So Azure Terraform project, which contains main.tf, variables.tf, output.tf, provider.tf, and as well as this is going to have a readme content, readme, MD file, markdown content. So if you want this, if this template is okay for you, you can okay ask, you can say this create in a workspace. Okay, but if I want some kind of a changes inside this template, so for example, I don't like this project name, so I can just specify. Okay, I can just specify create a Terraform project that should create the resources in the Microsoft Azure and give project name as Azure Terraform app, so that you can specify. So after specifying the new prompt, this time it is going to give you, according to this prompt, new prompt, it is going to generate a project. Okay, and that project will have this name. Okay, and finally I will be creating. So it is asking you where you want to create your project. So I'm okay to create the project in this particular workspace, training workspace. So I'm selecting a parent folder. And look at this is creating that project. And once the project is created, you can come back. You're into a chat window. You can come back to the Explorer, and you can see your project is ready. So it is having these many files. So variable.tf, readme.markdown file, provider, output, and main.tf. So over here, your provider.tf is important, and your main.tf is important. So main.tf is a file where it is going to include all the resources what you want. So it is providing you some resources by default. Okay, but let me set up from the scratch only. So I don't want anything. I will delete everything. So whatever resources we will create, we will specify it over here with the help of a GitHub Copilot. I will give a prompt to the GitHub Copilot, and GitHub Copilot will generate a relevant code for me. Yeah? So main.tf is a file which holds a resources to be created inside the Azure. So I will be creating some resources using a Terraform into the Azure. So what kind of a resources you want, you can specify here inside the main.tf. Now this has something called as a provider.tf. So you'll have to specify some information. You'll have to verify. So whether the authorized user only giving the access or giving the giving the commands to the Azure to create a resources. So if I do not have a permission to create a resources on the Azure, how can I able to create? So I will have to specify something, so that I will be creating some resources. So it requires a subscription ID, it requires a tenant ID, it requires a client ID, and it requires a client secrets. So these 4 things you have to provide. And by the way, this is not specific to the Azure. Or by the way, this is specific to the Azure. If you're connecting to the AWS, you'll have to provide a different information. But this is not specific to the GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot can't generate this for you. You will have to go and find out the information. Either you can specify these information over here inside the code, or you can specify these information. If you don't want to keep it in the code, you can provide that information on the environment variable. Got it, guys? So now I'll just make you involved inside this. Yeah, Shadab, you will get that recording. Recording will be available on the in our official YouTube channel. No, Kuldeep, you'll have to take that subscription, so you can check whether your organization provide you a subscription or not. Or you can take that subscription for 30-day trial basis. You can purchase that subscription. By the way, we can't provide you a subscription. So I'll just make you involved inside this training for that reason. So those who people want to just interact with me, they can provide here in the chat box. They can provide here their email ID. They can provide here the email ID, so that what I'll do, I will add your email ID in my intra ID, so that whatever resources I will create, so you can also able to see those resources. So whatever resources over here in the Azure subscription I will be creating, so that you can also see those resources. For that reason, I'll just ask for your email ID. Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll just make a note so that I'll set up this. Yeah, just let me just take. Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, guys. So I'll add these people in my subscription. So that I will provide you some kind of a rights to access my subscription also. Not my GitHub subscription. I'm talking about my Azure subscription. So currently, if you look at my subscription, if I just go here in the Microsoft Entra ID, I can add few users. I can add few users over here. Okay, so there are many users already present. So let me remove all those users. So I'm just removing all these users. Let's see, where is this? Okay, so I'm just three users. Okay, okay. So I'll just delete these users. Okay, and I will add these users in my Entra ID. Okay. Many people who came in last my okay, this one. Okay, I'll take this. You are saying Abbasi saying Entra ID, yes. I don't know what is it. Okay, so now if you look at okay, so now I'll just add these one users. I can add these user, one by one as an external user, or I can just go and add these user, okay, in a bulk. So I will be doing that in the bulk invite. Okay, I will download the template and I'll open that template over here. And this is the template basically it is going to provide. And I'll say a message saying, okay, so welcome to Macron's organization. That is the message you will see. Okay, and after that, I want to redirect you people to portal.azure.com. Okay, and I will be adding these users over here. So I'll add this. Okay, so once I add these users, let me see anybody else is providing this ID. Okay, so cloud subscription, I think on the same ID. Yeah, that's okay, Abbasi. If you are already having the subscription, that will not go and hamper anything. I'll tell you how to access. Okay. I'm going to provide you a access on my subscription so that you will be able to see at least you will be able to okay, read at least whatever be the resources that I will be creating in my subscription. Okay, so now I have modified this. Now let me just go and say a bulk operation. Okay, and let me upload that file which I have just modified. This in my download folder. Load it successfully, and I'll say submit. And once I just go and create these users on your email ID, you will get an invite. That invite will have a message like welcome to Makran's organization. Okay, and do you want to be a part of my organization? So if you accept that invite, you will be self-registering, okay, into the Microsoft Azure, and you will be a part of my subscription. And after that, once you accept that invitation, it may open a portal.azure.com. Okay, so you can confirm me once you receive an invite. So that is in a progress. Bulk operation is in a progress. Bulk operation is successful now. And once I refresh this, here you can see all these users have been created over here. Now everybody should have received an invite. And once you accept the invite, okay, you will be taken to the portal.azure.com. Okay. Yeah. So you'll have to accept that invite, and it will be, okay, taking you to the portal.azure.com. And, once you log into the portal.azure.com, you may see, you may not see anything, the resources which are available in my subscription as of now. So you will see some kind of a lock screen. And once you log into the azure.com, portal.azure.com, you'll have to see whether your primary directory is visible over here or not. You'll have to check your profile icon and check if you're inside the primary directory or not. If you are inside something called as a default directory, you'll have to click on here, and then you'll have to switch the directory, and here you'll have to switch a directory. Okay, so current directory is a primary directory. So if you are logged in into a primary directory, you are logged in into a my directory, my subscription, or my directory, my tenant. Okay, so you'll have to make sure you have logged into the correct directory only, primary directory. Okay, so now once you see, once you redirect you to portal.azure.com, you will see some kind of a lock screen. So I will be providing you some rights. So where I will be providing you people access on my subscription. Okay, so if you look at, I'm having an active subscription, Visual Studio Enterprise subscription, which is an active subscription I'm having currently. Okay, and on this subscription, I will provide you a rights. Okay, so I can provide a rights individually, or I can provide that rights on a group also. So it is better to create a group and better to control the permission using a group only. So for that reason, I'll be creating a group, a new group. Okay, and so I'll say a group name as open session group. Okay, and I'll create that group. Open session group is created. And if you look at open session group, if it is visible like this, you can open that session group. And here you can add the member which you want. So I can go and click on this manage button and I can click on this member. Okay, and finally, it will allow you to add a member over here like this. So let me add all you guys a member of my directory. So I'll add all the people member of this group. So I will be providing a reader access on this group. So whoever be the part of this group, all will get a reader access. Yeah. So let me select. So there are 18 people who are part of this group. And now let me come back to my subscription. Okay. And on this subscription, I will be providing you an access. So there is section called as access control, IAM, access control or access control and management. And over here, you will get an option called as add. Now what you want to add, I will add a role. What kind of a role you will be adding? So I will be adding only a reader role. So whoever people or whoever person has a reader role, they will be at least able to see whatever be the resources present in my subscription. So I will be adding a reader role. To whom you want to add? To what member? So there are 18 members. I want to all add all 18 members. So I can add individually 18 member, or I have created a group. I can select that group. So what's the name of the group? Open session group. So I will be adding the people who are part of this group. All they will have a reader permission. Where? On my subscription. Where they will have a reader permission on my subscription. And once this is completed, I'll click on a review and assign button. All right. So now I have provided you an access. Now you may have to go and log out once and log in once again. And for login to the portal.azure.com, where you will be logging, you have to log into the portal.azure.com. You just have to log out once, log out from this, okay, and log in back to portal.azure.com with your ID and password. So ID, whatever ID you have provided to me, and what is the password? Whatever be the password of your email ID. So password I'm not controlling over here. Password is your password you'll have to enter. Okay, and once you log in, log out and log in once again, you will be able to see at least this subscription. And as of now, inside this subscription, as of now, I'm having one resource group only, but you should be able to see this resource group. But I'll be creating a resource group using our Terraform template. Got it, guys? So anybody can confirm me if Abbasi, if you can confirm me if you are able to see, or anybody can confirm me, please. if you're able to see my subscription. Yeah, Kuldeep, thank you so much, Kuldeep. So, thank you. So if anybody, okay, thank you so much. Okay, and everybody is having a read-only permission. Okay, so that they can only see, they can't do any modification. Now, from where I'll get this information? So subscription ID, tenant ID, client ID, and client secret. So these information you will get it from. Okay. Again from the portal.azure.com. Okay, so you'll have to generate. You'll have to go to Enter ID, Microsoft Enter ID. Okay, and you will have to create or you'll have to register one application. You'll have to click on this app registration. So when you do an app registration, you will get that information. So what kind of a information? So now, as of now, what we did. As of now, what we did. So for example, I was having an subscription over here. So I was having a subscription, correct? So this is okay. And under this subscription, maybe I am planning to create few resources. This is my subscription. And under this subscription, I'm planning to create a resource group, and inside that resource group, I'm planning to create few other resources. Now, there are few users I have added inside my Enter ID. So Enter ID is going to provide you an identity to the users and to the applications. So for example, if you visualize what is your Enter ID. So Enter ID is one resource from the Azure which will provide you identity to your users and to your application. So this is the place where all the users will get registered. Okay, so all the users who want to be a part of or who want to access my subscription. So first of all these users okay, will have to register inside the Enter ID. So for example, there is a user. Okay. So user called as maybe I'll just call this user as a user A. So there is a user A, or I can just take one name Abasi, which I can see from the chat box. So there is a user. I'm just calling this as a user A. So once user A become a part of my Enter ID, so this Enter ID is going to provide the identity to this user. So once you become a part of your Enter ID, okay, you will be able to access this Enter ID, but not this subscription. So what we'll have to do, so on my subscription, so as a Makarand user, so I have my subscription. So as a Makarand user, what I will do, I will do what I will go and provide the access on my subscription to anybody. Okay. whom I would like to give the permission. Okay, so as a Makrand user, what I'll do, I will go ahead and I will give a permission, you know. So as a Makrand user, I will give a permission on my subscription. Okay, I'll give a permission on my subscription to this user. So over here you can okay. So why only Makrand user will give a permission? Because Makrand user is the owner of this subscription. So as a owner of the subscription, I can permit any one of the user who are the part of my intra ID. I can give, okay, two user, access my, the subscription. So for example, I'm just providing this access to the user A. So now user A, once he log into the portal.azure.com, he will be able to see my resources. Okay. So now let's suppose say there is another user called as user P. So you can consider this as a user B. Okay. And user B is running our application now. Okay. So it's running our application. So for example, the Terraform application, what we have creating a script. So for example, this user B is running an Terraform application. So for example, and Terraform we will use to, okay, make the required resources inside my subscription. And who is using this? A user B, wants to use this. So user B wants to use this. And as a user B do not have a permission. Okay. So user B do not have a permission, on inside this application so that application can go and create a resources. So to this application, no matter, this application is run by a user B or user A, by the way, ultimately this application doesn't have a permission. Okay, to create resources. What this application is intended to create resources inside the subscription. So this application should require, also some kind of a credential, also require some kind of authority, so that this application will be able to create the resources inside. So how this application will get this permission? Again, by using Entra ID. So for this application, you will have to register an application, by using one link called as app registration. Okay, you will make use of an app registration. And once you do an app registration, you will get the information such as, client ID, tenant ID, client secret, okay, and subscription ID, by the way. And when I go and provide these information inside my Terraform application, so when I go and provide this information inside my Terraform application, now this Terraform application will be, able to consider as a valid user to create the resources. So this information you require. to be able to provide these access information inside the application in the Terraform application. No matter if this application is using a Terraform script or using a CLI script, Azure CLI, or using a Python program, or by using a Java program, So if you're using any kind of a program, you require a still, the same information, to be able to create from the application the resources. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Application means a Terraform script only. That can be any kind of a script. As I said, it can be a PowerShell script, it can be Azure CLI script, it can be Python program, it can be a Java program also. Yeah, I have renamed my Active Directory name. So that Active Directory name is a primary directory I have just given. Otherwise, it will come as a default directory only for all the time. Okay. So I have already gone ahead and registered an application. And you can see that the application is called as Terraform application. I have already registered. So maybe 2 days back, I have already registered. Okay, if I can do that new registration also. Okay, so let's do a new registration. Terraform application 2. That's the name of the application I'm just providing. Okay, and I don't want any other information. So for example, redirect URL, nothing. No, so I want only the accounts in the organization directory only. So I'll just go and register this information. Okay, and once you register this information, your application will be created, and your application will have something called as a tenant ID, the application ID, which is client ID. Okay, and I have to generate a secret, and I can get that subscription ID from the subscription page. So I'll just pick up these thing, client ID. So I can use client ID. So this is my client ID. Okay, and so by the way, if you also use these information for creating the resources, you will be also able to create the resources. Okay, but if you create the resources, I will get a charge accordingly, and I don't want to get charged unnecessarily. Okay, of the resource creation. So once my session over, I'm going to remove this application. Okay, so after that, you require subscription ID. Okay, so subscription ID, you will get it from subscription page, and this is your subscription ID. Or you can get it from here. You can copy this subscription ID. This is the subscription ID. And finally, I have to generate a secret. Okay, so I'll come back to that enter ID. Same application, in the app registration section, by Terraform application 2. I've just created Terraform application 2. And here, if you look at, there is no secret. We'll have to generate a secret by clicking on this. So secrets and certificate. We'll click on this secrets and certificate. And I'll be generating a client secret client secret will be acting as a password for you. So I will be generating a new password. So by using that password, my application will be able to use this. So password. Okay. And can you see this password is generated now? You'll have to copy this password and okay. And once the password is generated, I can go and okay, provide these information into my script. So ideal choice would be I can provide. I will not provide these information in the form of the code, because this code will be checked in into the GitHub. And if it is checked in on a GitHub, probably everybody can access it. I don't want everybody to access it. That's the reason best place where you can keep your information is your environment variable. So best place would be what? To create an environment variable and add these information into your environment variable. Why I'm doing this? Because ultimately, I will be adding these project to the GitHub. Okay, and if everybody will have access on these information, everybody start creating the resources, then ultimately I will get charge accordingly. So I don't want to get charged unnecessarily. That's the reason I will edit this information instead of in the code. I will edit this information in the environment variable. Yeah. So I'll go to environment variable, and these four information for the client ID, client secret, subscription ID, and tenant ID. So this four information I need to provide. So this is specific to the Azure. But if you're connecting to the AWS, we'll have to provide other information. So for example, other information like this, I believe. So those variable has been removed from me. I'll show you that that AWS what is the the key variable name. But let me just go and edit this now. Now I don't want to use this. So what is my client ID? So client ID is this. Phone. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll take tenant ID. Tenant ID would be same. So because I'm using the same tenant, primary tenant, so it is going to be a same tenant. So I don't need to change this. Okay, then subscription ID. Subscription ID also, I'm using the same subscription, so it is going to be a same subscription. Okay, so only thing I need to provide this secret. So you can provide this secret information. Say OK. And look at this. So these are the four variable which you need to set if you are connecting to the Azure cloud. ARM underscore client underscore ID. By the way, how to set up. I prepare and document. So I will share ultimately that document with you people. Not to worry. Okay, so how to set up AWS with Terraform and how to set up Azure with Terraform. So I have just prepared a document. I'll just go and share this document with you, so that you will be able to with the help of this, you will be able to do it. You will be able to set up the environment at your site. Okay. So now I have provided these information. Now let me just go and okay. Let me just go and okay. Either clean it or I'll just keep it as it is so that it will be a reference for you. You can use it from here also. Now, over here, now I'll be creating one resource. So with the help of a prompt, I would give a prompt, so create resource group in Azure with name my resource group or Terraform resource group. Okay. Keep it in the location East US. But I will not keep it in the East US because nowadays it is having a lot of problem in the East US because there is no quota available. So I will have to keep it in the West US. So if you say this, if you give this prompt to the Copilot, Copilot will generate a required code. So if I just press, a button, so can you see this? Copilot is going to generate a resource. So it is going to generate a resource group. So Azure RM resource group, RG, okay, and name of that resource group and the location. So it will provide you a required code. You can also ask the Copilot, whatever it is generated, you can ask the Copilot to explain this code, what it is generated. So you can select this, okay, and you can just go and click on this review button, or you can just go and click on this chat button, Copilot chat. You can come over here and you can select this. And here, if you can come over here and ask, explain selected code. Okay. So you can give a prompt, you can give an exact prompt. What do you want? So I'm giving a prompt saying that what is this code is doing? So what is this code means? You'll have to specify that, which code, So I'm specifying that, okay, from my current workspace, whatever be the selected code, so this selected code, what is the code is doing, so all that description, you will see it over here. So you can see this Terraform code is defining the Microsoft. So this Terraform code is defining a resource in the Microsoft Azure. Specifically, it is creating a resource group. Here is a breakdown. So the resource, so Azure RM resource group RG, this line declares a resource group, resource of type, resource group with the name RG. So this is just the name. Okay. But this is resource group. So for if you want to create a resource group, you'll have to make use of this. By the way, this is just a name. Okay. So where your name is name of the resource group, is this, and this is the name of this particular resource. Okay. So this is going to identify this RG from the Terraform. Okay, and this is going to be name of the resource, which will be the actual resource which will get created on the Azure. Okay, and it will get created in the West US location. Okay. So I can add a few more other properties, okay. So I can ask, I can give a prompt like, so help me with other attributes on resource group which I can give. So whatever be the prompt which you can think, in your mind, you can just go and, visualize that, or you can form that prompt, and as per that prompt, it will go and provide you other information. So for example, there is one, other attribute called as a tag, which you can specify a tag, so if you want this tag to be included, you can just go and, add these, you can add these at this place. Okay, you can apply in the editor, or you can insert that code, in wherever your cursor is, you can insert that code, so I'll just go and insert my code at this point, or you can just go and copy this selected code, and you can just manually go and paste it, right? Or else, you can just go and, okay, insert into terminal, insert this, into a new file. So these many actions you can take, of a generated code. So I will do what? I will just insert this code at this, current place. So I'll just click on this. Okay, and I'll just go and remove this. Isn't it? No. So now my resource group is created. So now I will be, creating this resource group. So while creating this resource group, I'm expecting one problem. So I will, deliberately, would like to show you that problem first, and how to resolve that problem with the help of a GitHub Copilot. Will show you also that. So for example, if you don't know how to, compile this, or how to validate this, or how to apply this, you can ask a Copilot. Okay. So what to do? So I'm giving a prompt like this, what to do in order to create this resource group in Azure from, okay, from this project. So that's how I will give a prompt. So you can form a prompt, based on your understanding. So it is giving me a suggestion saying that, you'll have to install a Terraform. So first thing, you need Terraform installation. So for installing a Terraform, you have to go to the terraform.io. In my case, which I have already installed the Terraform, then you need installation of Azure CLI. So here in this case, Azure CLI, it is asking you to install. Okay. And initialize the Terraform project using this. Okay. And you'll have to specify that Azure login. Okay. And from here, you'll have to just go and apply that, okay, Terraform, template. So I don't think I need a Azure login in this case, because I'm providing all that information, okay, related to the application here itself. So I don't think this step is needed. So I need this. So where I will be executing this. So this will be executed on the terminal. So let me open the terminal. So I'll just click on view and command palette. Okay, or else I can click on the shortcut to open the terminal. That control and tilde operator, the key below escape keyword. So can you see this? I think you are able to see it. So you are you'll see like this. Yeah. So this is my training workspace. So now I will be applying this, so just insert into terminal. First I have to insert this, and I will be inserting this Terraform init. So it is saying that Terraform initialize, in the directory is empty. So it is not inside this training workspace. The project is actually present inside my, the name of the project is Azure Terraform app. So that's the name of the project. So let me just go back, cd Azure Terraform app. And now I'll say, finally, Terraform init. Press enter. So it is initializing, your template. Okay. But of course, that for executing this, you need a Terraform installed, and installation of a Terraform is, okay, very easy. You'll have to download that zip file, and you'll have to specify that zip file location in the environment variable. Okay, so my Terraform has been installed, or uh, Terraform template has been initialized successfully. So there is no problem, in the initialization. So next step, before I apply this Terraform template, so let me clear it, and I'll say Terraform validate. So which will help you to validate, this template, if it is having any kind of an error or not. It will help you to validate that error. So it seems that you're having an error in the output tf dot, okay. So if I just go and see my output tf, it is having a lot of, files or a lot of content. So I don't need this content because it is based on earlier example, which I removed from the main.tf. So I've just come here inside the output tf. Just give me 1 minute, please. Getting a call from my office. Okay, so here in this output dot, tf, you can remove everything, or else you can keep what, okay, whatever you want to display. So for example, I want as output, that's it, okay. Or else you can keep this file as empty also. That's not a problem. And finally, I'll just go and hit Terraform up, validate. Okay, so validation is successful. And now let me say Terraform.apply, but before that, it will just go and create an resource group here in the, okay, in the Azure. Okay. But now while creating the resource group in the Azure, you can see this. There is no resource group called as Terraform resource group. So currently I'm having only one resource group. Okay. But while creating this resource group, I'm expecting one problem. So let's see this. What is the problem that we will face? So how will you going to say? So I will say it, what, terraform.apply. So what I have to say? I have to say terraform apply. You can type it or you can click on this. Okay. And while applying this, I'm expecting one problem. So it is asking me a confirmation. Oh, so it is having some variable present. It is asking me the value for the variable. So I don't want to give that value for the variable also. So let me come back and let me exit from this. Okay, so there's something called as a Terraform variable. So tf state variables. So there are so many variables are present. So I don't want, as of now, variable to be part of this template. So let me just go and do it once again. Initialize first. Initialize successfully. Validate. Terraform template has been validated successfully. And now let me say Terraform apply. And while applying this, it will start creating a resource group. So it is telling you to, so one, as per this template, there is one resource, which will get added, in your, subscription. So would you want to, go ahead? So yes. So if I say yes, okay, then only it will get, go ahead. So I'll say yes. Okay. But during this creation, okay, this will give you one problem. And that problem, we will identify, why we are getting that problem. And we will identify the solution for that problem, with the help of this is created. I was expecting one problem. Okay. So this got created over here. So if I say refresh, Terraform resource group has been created. But what the problem I was expecting, because the application which we have created, which we haven't provided any rights on the subscription for that application. That's why. Okay. Okay, now I got it. Because I have changed that, okay, that environment variable, and I did not restart, okay, this VS Code. So I'll just restart this VS Code. Okay. Okay, and I'll open this VS Code once again. Now let me go back to Azure application. And let me say Terraform apply. And see, let's see whether we are getting that problem or not. Otherwise, I'll have to generate that problem for you. So I'm not getting a problem. So let me generate that problem for you. So let me remove this. I'll delete this resource group. Okay, and on my subscription, I have already given a role assignment. Okay, for these many projects, I have given a role assignments. So I have given a role assignment to the. Okay, so these have already been given. Let me remove all these role assignment. Contributor access I'm removing. On the contributor access. Let me remove this Synchron Pune also. This contributor access, reader access I'm removing. Okay, and now if I just go and start doing once again. So I'm saying Terraform init, initialize the template, Terraform validate. It is validating a template and Terraform apply. Okay, so this is where we are, encounter a problem saying that, planning failed. Terraform encounter a problem, while generating a plan, So, it is, if you are reading this error and if you are pro in the, okay, if you have already encountered this error, you will be able to realize this error. This is related to the 403, some error related to the authentication and authorization, But if you are new to it, you will be wondering why this error is coming, So I can ask the Copilot to explain this error, So you can see this. So can you see this? The 3 button, So explain using Copilot. Can you see? So you will get over here, the sign of Copilot. You'll have to click on this sign and you'll have to explain. So what is this problem? Why this problem is coming? You'll have to explain, So ask for explanation, So this error message indicates that client does not have necessary permission to perform this specific action. So what we're doing from this Terraform, we're trying to create an resource in the Azure, and it's saying, as per this error, it's saying that you do not have a necessary permission to perform that action, So what could be the solution for this? How to fix it? Okay, so action, necessary action, it is telling you that, you'll have to go to, the Azure portal, okay, and navigate to your subscription, go to your access and, access control and management section, you'll have to add a role assignment, and you'll have to provide a role assignment as a contributor or as a reader, but reader will not work. We'll have to add a contributor permission because we are adding a new resources, So to whom I have to give this contributor permission? To the application which I have registered just now. I'll have to provide the, contributor permission to that application. So once we do this, so we'll have to go to the subscription over here, access control and management, and then add role assignment. Okay, and what I will be adding this time, I don't want to add a read permission, but I'll have to add some privilege administrator role. So let me just go and click on this, and let me add a contributor role this time. And to whom I have to give a contributor role, not to the group, but the application I've created. No, so to that application. So what was the name of the application? Terraform application 2. So this is the created application name. I'll select that. Okay, and I'll say review and assign. So once you give this permission, you may have to wait for a few seconds to reflect that permission. Okay, and after few seconds or after few minutes, you can try again. So what you can do, you can just go and try this again to reapply. So I'll say Terraform apply. Once again, I'll say Terraform apply. Let me say, let's clear the screen, and let me say Terraform apply. And once I say Terraform apply, this time it's showing you a same error. So may have to just restart this once. Because I've just now provided that access. So I'll just restart and reopen the VS Code. Okay, and let me just go and re-execute. The name of the project is Azure Terraform project. I'll call Terraform init. Initialize the template. Initialization is successful. Terraform validate. Okay, and Terraform apply. This is now. So I think I by mistakenly something I've done wrong. Let me just provide that role assignment on the Terraform application 1 also. So I think I'm using that. Not sure. Okay. So I have added, and this time, let me retry. initialize, validate, office project session. Asking me for this. So it is now trying to create a resource group. Resource group is created now, and now you can see this resource group over here. Now, this is what resource group just now has created. Okay. So after creating this resource group, so we will be requiring one app service. So we will create that app service, and that app service will be created again with the help of a Copilot. So let's do that. But before that, let me see if there is any kind of a query. Which email ID you're talking about? Oh, okay. So there are many questions on this. So let me take this question. Lunch break, there is no lunch break as such. I'll provide you, once we create an app service, I'll provide you a 15 minutes break, because this is going to be a short 4-hour session only. So for that, there is no lunch break. What are you saying? Are we bypassing GitHub now? No, we are not bypassing GitHub. We have not reached till that point. So what we are doing, we are creating a resources. Okay, we are creating a resources using Terraform. So this directly creates a resources here. Second step, when we create a Java project, that Java project we will push to the GitHub repo. So that is in the second step we will do it. And once we push that code to the GitHub repo, then we will create a YAML pipeline again with the help of GitHub Copilot. And using that YAML pipeline, then we will deploy the application. Whatever be the application we have created, we will deploy it over here. So that we are not bypassing. How do I see resource group under your? Yeah, so that might be created. Okay. So if I just go and remove that resource group, so it is created from this Terraform template only. Okay, and it is earlier it was not able to create. It was giving me a problem. Okay, because I have just tried out a similar kind of a scenario before also, 2 days before also. That's why it is taking. It might be taking off that credential to create the resources, but ultimately it has created a required resource, this resource group over here in my Azure subscription. And we are using that 4 environment variable Okay, what we have specified over here. So subscription ID, tenant ID, client ID, and client secret we have provided in the form of an environment variable. And by reading those environment variable, okay, we are able to create, these resources here in the Azure resource code, Azure subscription. What else? I will provide you, I have created a document, okay. So I will provide you in the form of a GitHub only. Can I see Terraform resource group? I can see. Perfect. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, you can see this Terraform resource group, whatever you have created, sorry, whatever I have created, you can see. But as of now, this Terraform resource group is not having any resources. Now we will be creating very quickly, some resources over here. So what I need now app service, and if you are knowing, the app service in the Azure, app service requires app service plan to be created. So we will be creating the plan. So let's go and create a plan, app service plan. Okay, by giving a prompt. So create app service plan with name Terraform app service plan. Okay, that's okay for me. Keep the location as West US. That's also okay for me. Okay. And keep standard plan. And I would like to specify why we are creating this plan. Okay. So I'm specifying the, plan name, location, and I'm specifying, the standard plan. So there are, free plans available. There are standard plan available. There are premium plan available. But this detail is very specific to the Azure. So I'm not going to go into that detail as of now. So now, can you see this? So now it is prompting you. And now let me accept this. So once you just go and click on the tab, or once you click on this Alt 1, let me see, just show you. So if you just take a cursor, or if you just go and click on that Alt tab, it will give you some suggestion. So to accept the changes that Copilot has generated, you press a tab. Okay, so there are two suggestions it has given. So let me see the suggestion number 2. So in the suggestion number 1, it has creating the plan for Linux, and in the suggestion number 2, it is creating a plan for Windows. So let me just accept that plan for Windows. I'm accepting. So this is the name of the plan. This is the name of the variable. Okay, this is the name of a resource group. So it has taken a resource group name from the earlier name. I will just go and define these thing in the variable. So how will I define this in the variable? So let's me just go and use var dot app service plan name. So I'll just go and see. There is no variable called as app service. So let me just define that variable over here. Okay. So for defining that variable, let me define once again a prompt. Okay. variable for app service plan name. So this is the variable app service plan name, and this is the description. This is how I'm specifying the type of the variable, and this is what the default value of a variable if the value is not present. So I'm okay with this. So I can use now this variable over here. Like that, I can define the location also. Define a location also. So create variable for location, except the changes. So variable name is location, and West US is the default location. And I can use that here in the actual template. So I can say where dot location. So wherever I'm using this, I can just go and replace that where dot location. So what is your resource group name? What is your name of resource groups? That you can also go and define it in the form of a variable. So by the way, over here I'm not using a variable. So over here, what is your name of a resource group where your service plan will be created? App service plan will be created. So I am taking whatever resource created just before this. Okay, the name of that resource group was Azure resource group. Name of the resource group was RG. So I'm making use of that. I'm taking the RG, and whatever be the name of my resource group. So I'm picking that name and I'm allocating that name over here. So I want ultimately this app service plan to be created in the same resource group, Terraform group. So by the way, all these things I can keep it in the variable section, but I'll stick to this. And now finally, I will be creating an application. Create app service, which is also called as an application. Okay. With Terraform app. Keep it on Windows operating system. Okay. And should be capable of running Java web application. So that's how I'm just giving a prompt. Let's see how it is generating the resource for me. So can you see this? Now it has generated a resource for me. So resource, Azure app. This is the name of my app. Okay, Terraform app. Location it is using. Resource group it is using. This is going to place inside the app service plan which we have created just above. Okay, and here it is using some configuration. So site configuration, app service configuration it is using. Okay, and okay. I don't want this. So let me just go and provide the prompt in some other way. So create app service with the Terraform app. Let me see how it is creating. Okay, so which includes database information. So I don't want that database information. So that's okay for me. So I'll accept this. Okay. And I don't need this database configuration because I don't have database connection. Okay. And website deployment using SCM, I will just enable it. Okay. And this is going to use Java version 1.8. And this is going to use, Tomcat 9. I can just go and change if I want. I can use 21 version. It's okay. Yeah. So with this information, now let me just go and try and create same resources. So I'll just go once again to the prompt. I'll say Terraform init. Initialization successful. I'll validate that by calling Terraform validate. Okay. So it's saying expected site configuration, Java 1.8 or 11 got 21. So this is very straightforward. By the way, you can ask this, okay, Copilot also to explain, if you're not sure what is this, so you can ask this to explain about this error. Okay, so what is this error is talking about? So this configuration needs to be changed to, let me say, 11 only. Okay, and I'll just come back. And say validate once again. Okay. And after that, let me say apply. Okay, so you can see this. So it is started creating, and it is expected to create two resources. Which are two resources? It will be created app service plan and app service. Okay. So this is not going to modify any resource. This is not going to delete any resource. So is it okay? Yes, it is okay. Okay, so there is some problem in this. So I don't know about this problem. So I will ask Copilot to explain why this problem is happening. So this is telling me the error message indicates that a reserved attribute must be set to false when kind is window app service plan. So where is that reserve attribute? Is it talking about this? See, which I said. Replace the app service plan with Azure RM service with app service plan. Is it result equal false? Okay. So let me just go and take this to false. Okay. And let me just do it once again. Do that once again, initialize, validate, apply. Yes, I would like it to create the two more resources. It has started creating app service plan. Okay, and finally, app service plan is, I think, completed. So you can check the resource must be created, app service plan, and eventually it will create also app service. Okay, and you will see that resource, over here in the Terraform resource group. If I say refresh, you will see both the resources over here. So can you see my both the resources has been created completely, and you can check currently, this is using the Terraform app is the name of the application. And once it is completely loaded, you can just click on this browse button, to see the default output of this application. So this is how we will get a default output. So once this page is get it loaded, we will see the default output. Isn't it? So this is the default output. By the way, we can see. Okay, so got it. So all the resources has been created. Yeah. So you can see that resources has been created, and now we'll take a break. And once we come back from a break, our step number 1 is completed. We will create a project, that is our step number 2. We will set up a repo, Git repo, GitHub repo, and we will push the code, and then finally we will go and create a pipeline in a GitHub action, which will deploy that project to the application which we have created just now. So over here. Okay, so we'll do that right after our break. Refresh your resource group. Just refresh the page, you will see. Okay, so let's wait for a break now. Let me start a timer, and I will take 10 minutes break, and we'll come back after 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll share that code, on the GitHub only. I'll share that right after the session. I'll just share that. Vinay. Yeah, you can. If you have missed that code, the recording will be uploaded on the GitHub, sorry, on our official YouTube channel. So you can, revise that.
और अगर तू दूसरे कलर में ऐसे कराएगी तो hello guys, I already shared you learning achievement badge on chatbox. Please don't forget to redeem your badge. We already mentioned the step on chatbox. You just have to follow the step. Guys, if you have any problem while redeeming your badge, just let me know on chatbox. We'll be there to help you out.
Hello. Hey guys, I hope you are there. If you're there, please give me a thumbs up. Let me see how many people are there. Okay, that's okay. Okay, let's continue. So in the second part, we will be creating a project using a GitHub Copilot, you know, and you know that project we will go and push to the GitHub repo. So let's go and generate that project. Let's go and create a simple Java web project. By the way, we have created in the step one, we have created using a Terraform. We have created resources in the Azure, you know, and in step two, we will be creating a project now. And let me just go and create the project over here itself. So I'll go to chat window once again. Let me clear it so you can say what clear command to clear all the conversation. And this time, let us say I want to create a new project. So let's give a prompt, create new Java web project using JSP and servlet. You know, create new simple Java project, including JSP and servlet. Okay. Let's see how it is generating first. And based on that, I'll just adjust my prompt. Okay, so it has generated the project like this, my Java web project. It's okay. And let's see what it has giving me under the pom.xml. So it is giving me in the pom.xml these dependencies. So I don't want these dependencies to be included here in the pom.xml. You know, so I will adjust my prompt accordingly. So I'll say create new simple Java project using JSP servlet. Do not include dependencies for servlet, JSP, and JSTL in pom.xml. Let's see how it is generating. And this time, if I open the pom.xml now, let's see. This is not including that dependency now. And if I see why it is included this hello user. Okay. And it is generating hello servlet. Okay, so I'll stick to this. So let's go and okay, click on this, create it in the workspace. That is creating it, that project in the workspace now. it got created. Now I can see this project is created over here, right here. Okay, and let me go and just log into, so just go inside simple web project, exactly like this. Okay, and I will be using what there is a command called as MVN. So if you're not sure how to, test, how to run locally, you can ask again the Copilot. So how to test and run simple Java web project in local computer. So that will give you some suggestion. So this is asking you to download the Apache Tomcat from official documentation, official website, and then it is asking you to open this project in the IntelliJ or in the your favorite IDE, IntelliJ or Eclipse. And after that, it is telling you to configure that server, and it is asking you to directly run that project on the uh, you know inside the Eclipse, on that server. Okay, that is one of the approach, but we can do it through the Maven also. So how to create build using Maven, because this is a Maven project. So it is, so I'm just asking how to create a build using Maven. Okay, so you can say what Maven clean and build. So I can just go and execute this Maven clean and build. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so once I say MVN clean and package, so it will just go and create. It is just go and create, the clean of your project. Okay, and it will just go and prepare a war file. But it seems okay, we are getting some problem, because there is some issue in the compilation. So you can tell the Copilot to explain this issue. So I will ask Copilot to explain this issue. What is the problem? So it's saying that you do not have the error message indicate that hello servlet is imported, and it can't find the hello servlet. So for that you need a servlet dependency. So I don't want this hello servlet to be a part of my entire package. I can recreate this, but let's not recreate. Let me delete it because I don't have a time to recreate. So let me just go and remove that reference. I'll just remove this reference. Yeah, so I have removed that. And let me see, is there any other point where we have used that we did not use? So let me just go and re-execute MVN clean package. Okay, so it is saying nothing to compile and everything has been built successfully. So it has created a jar file. The name of the jar file, simple Java project 1.0 snapshot.war. That's the name of your, war file. Sorry. And it should be available inside the target folder. And this is the var file, we should go and deploy on the, server. Okay. So there is one adjustment I would like to do in this. Okay. Because I know that whenever we are deploying our application, to the app service, the name of the application should be root.var. That name of the var file should be root.var. Otherwise, we'll have to specify the complete path. So to avoid that, I will just make one re-adjustment in the pom.xml file under a build. So I will just go and add final name. Okay, and I'll just go and add final name of my application. And I'll say root. Okay, and now let me just go and just do a clean and build once again. Let me open command line and let me say MVN clean and package. So clean will remove everything, and after that package will go and create deployable file, and it should be placed under your target folder, and the name of the deployable file is root.var, and it is placed under target folder. So I can deploy this locally, and we will be able to see the output locally also. So if we deploy this locally, okay. So for deploying locally, okay, we can deploy on the Tomcat server. But I know that this application will, will work locally without a problem. And we don't have enough time. So that's why I'll just skip that process. I will not deploy locally, so I will just, go and push the code to the GitHub repo directly, and we will test whether that application is getting deployed on the app service or not. If we are getting any kind of issue in the app service deployment, then we'll think of deploying, the application locally. But before that, let's go and push this code now to the GitHub repo. So now this project I have created, I want to push this code to the GitHub repo. So I'll go to my GitHub. I'll go inside my repository. So I want to create a new repository. So you can just create a new repository. You can see. And the name of my repository is Java Web. So this is the name of my repository. Simple Java Web. That's the name of my repository. I'll create a new repository. You can see this is newly created repository. I've just created a new repository over here. Now let me set up the newly created repository, on local machine first. So this is my local machine. I will go and create empty repository locally. So there has been, this empty repository locally has been set up. I will add all these files into the staging directory. So I can see git status. So a lot of file has been modified that has been not yet staged. So I will stage all file. Okay, once you stage all file, you can just go and say commit. So once you stage all file, you can see over here. So there are so many files has been committed. So many file has been staged, but that is not yet committed. So you can see, click on this icon and you can see this. So there are these many file has been staged. Those file has been, has not yet been, committed. So, you can generate a commit message using a Copilot only. So we can generate a commit message using a Copilot, and it is nice little message will be generated. Okay, you can adjust as per your need, but it is generated a nice little message, and I can say commit. So once I say commit, it will get committed in the local repository. It is not yet committed to this remote repository. So we have committed inside the local repository. We have not yet committed to our local, to our remote repository. So in order to commit to the remote repository, we'll have to specify the location of my remote repository. So this is where my remote repository is placed. So we'll have to specify the remote location by running this git remote add origin and this the origin name. So let me do this. So let us say git remote add origin. Okay, origin is just the name of your remote location. By the way, apart from this origin, I can keep my name also. That's also okay. So origin, maybe I'm saying git. So origin git is the name. After that, okay, I can say git push by using. Okay, what is the name of your origin? Origin underscore git. And what's the name of your branch? The name of the branch, the default name of the branch is a main branch. So git push where you want to push to the origin. Okay, and what you want to push, the content of the main directory. So once I go and push the content, it will be reflecting over here. As soon as I say refresh. So can you see? So as soon as I say refresh, it is generating GitHub. And because of that readme file, readme.markdown file, it has generated nice little description for us. So what this project is containing. So this is not generated by me. This is generated by the Copilot only for us. And this has created nice little structure for my project. Okay, so we have the project over here. And finally, when we go and deploy my project, we will see the output from the index.html. From the index.html or from index.jsp, I believe. Yeah, index.jsp. So So this is going to be the output. Welcome to simple Java project. This is an entry point of the application. So this is what we will see, as an output screen. Okay, but for that, I need to deploy that project. Okay, so we will visit once again this diagram. So we have created the project using Copilot. We have pushed the project to the GitHub. Now in the GitHub, we will set up GitHub action. Okay, and using this GitHub action, our goal is to push the code to the app. Now, this might take little time. That's why I'll just get into that, because we were expecting some errors over here while creating the GitHub action. So we'll take some room to resolve that error. So that's why I will, get into that without deploying the application locally. Now over here, can you see the action? So as and when you create a GitHub repository, on every GitHub repository, you will see an action over here. So that will allow you to set up an GitHub action. So CI/CD pipeline you can set up, by using a GitHub action. So GitHub action is one of the way using which you can set up a CI/CD pipeline. You can set up a CI/CD pipeline the very traditionally by using Jenkins. I can use what Azure repo, Azure pipeline. I can use AWS pipeline. Okay, I can use GitHub action. So using this, our pipeline can be set up. And this time we will set up a pipeline by using, GitHub action. And mostly, all of these are supporting a YAML based pipeline. So whatever be the YAML based pipeline, we will create it with the help of a GitHub Copilot. So for creating this YAML based pipeline, we will use GitHub Copilot. So let me go here in my simple Java web application. Let me go inside action. Okay, and there are a lot of templates, which will guide you how to create a pipeline. So you can, get the help, or you can take the help of any one of these template. Okay, or if you want to set up your pipeline by yourself, you can just go and click on this, set up your workflow. So what it, when I go and click on this setup your workflow, it will just go and create under this as of now, I can't see, action folder. So this is going to create a GitHub. Under that, it is going to create a actions, and under the actions, it will create my name of the file, where your actions will be configured. So let me go back, click on this setup your workflow. And once I click on this setup workflow, can you see this under my repo? It has created a GitHub folder. It has created a workflow folder. And finally, it has created a main.yaml, which will be acting as your pipeline. And from where we will be building the application and we will be deploying the application. Isn't it? So there are few suggestions which are given to you. You can make the help of this suggestion to write that pipeline. Okay, or else, we can also make use of Copilot over here. That window, Copilot. This window. Yeah, okay. So this is where No, we are able to see the Copilot. Sorry, there is some noise at my side. So here you have to click on this. So in order to use that Copilot in the GitHub, now I'm not using it in the editor. Now I want to use it that in the GitHub. So I'll just go and say chat with GitHub. And here, I will ask, okay, create or maybe set up GitHub action YAML file to deploy first to build simple Java web project. So let's give this prompt only, and let's see how it is generating the YAML content. So can you see it has generated few YAML content, and it has provided me this YAML content. So let me just go and copy this. So I'm just copying this and I'm pasting this over here, right here. And we'll understand what is this code is doing. So my YAML pipeline, this is going to be my pipeline. The name of the pipeline is build simple Java web. That's the name of the pipeline. And this is going to come in action whenever you have on the main branch any modification, any update, or on the main branch you are having any kind of a pull request. So at that time, this pipeline will get triggered automatically. I don't have any kind of a pull request in this case, so I can remove this pull request. Okay. So whenever I modify the main branch, that time this pipeline will get triggered automatically. And this contains one job. Name of the job is build. Okay. And that job is going to run on Ubuntu latest. So this is very, very important. So you're having a pipeline. You can visualize this. You're having this pipeline. The pipeline should go and create a var file. So how it is going to create a var file? So for creating the var file, it has to compile this Java project. It has to go and create a package, create a var file, using some kind of libraries. So where are those libraries? So Microsoft is going to do what? Microsoft is going to provide you some kind of a agent, agent in the form of some machines. Okay, so this is called as Microsoft hosted agent. In terms of Azure DevOps, it is called as Microsoft hosted agent. You can visualize as is that some kind of an agent. Okay, and in this case, the name of the agent is Ubuntu agent. That's the name of the agent. So this is going to set up an Ubuntu machine where you will have a Java software, Maven software, and required software installed. That software installation you do not have to worry about. That has been taken care by the Microsoft already. And on this agent, your YAML pipeline will be executed. And on this agent, first of all, whatever be the Java project you are having, so that will be pulled, that will be checked out. Okay. And, your compilation will happen on this machine. your package creation will happen on this machine. Okay. And everything will happen on this machine itself. Okay. So in this case, you're using Ubuntu latest. I can use that, but I will stick to Windows latest. So Windows machine will be set up, and on that Windows machine, first of all, what is going to happen? So your code will be checked out. Okay, and your JDK version, we are using, I think, 11 JDK version. So let me use 11 only. And finally, it is going to create a package, and we will see one, one var file, as a result of this. And let's see whether it is, getting created or not. So I'll just go and commit the changes now. Whatever be the changes you're doing right now, let me just commit it to the repository. So once I commit to the repository, the changes will happen in the main branch. And once the changes will happen in the main branch, this action will be triggered automatically. So let's see, commit it to the main branch. And once you commit to the main branch, you can come back to the action once again. And you can see this, your pipeline get trigger. And now I can see, it is executing a build pipeline. It has failed. What is the reason of failure? I don't know what is the reason. I'll ask. Explain. Help me with this problem. Help me understand with this problem. Okay, so it has understood that it has not understood that. Okay, make sure you commit main.yml. The error in the GitHub action workflow due to missing input parameter distribution. Setup Java. Okay. Distribution adopt. Okay. Acha. Okay. So this is the one thing this is missing, I think. Okay. So let me come back inside my YAML pipeline once again. Okay. This is where let's see. Over here, I'll just modify, edit this file. And I'm providing this distribution at all. I'm committing it once again. Once you commit, your pipeline will be triggered once again. Second time it has executed. And let me see the logs. So it has successfully checked out. We have used what JDK 11, but by the way, this is the name. We have to modify that also. Yeah, so that has done set up also. And it is trying to run MVN package. So it is trying to create a var file. So if you look at this is happening on some machine, and this is not happening on our machine. This is happening on the machine which is provided by the GitHub. and it will finally go and create, that root.var. Okay, and it has created somewhere inside D drive, a folder, simple Java, target and root.var. On my machine, I don't have a D drive, sorry, a folder in my D drive. I don't have a folder on my D drive. Can you see? This is my D drive. I don't have a folder. And if you look at, this is where it is creating a var file in the D drive. It is created on under a folder. It means it has created in the artifact staging directory. That's the folder name, or that's a folder URL. Sorry, folder variable name. Artifact staging directory will point out to the a folder, and it has created a var file inside a folder. But that is created inside that agent. We don't have access to that agent because it has provided by the GitHub or by the Microsoft only. Okay. So I can't go and access that. Okay. So whatever, build we have created, now I would like to deploy that build, So for that, I will create another pipeline. So I will say, edit this. And whenever you do a changes inside the branch, you should not call this. So I'm saying this should never call automatically. If you want to execute this, you should go and invoke this explicitly. Okay, and we will generate another YAML file. And you will see a button called as new workflow. And this is where I'll just go and set up a new workflow. And this is again going to provide me a Copilot window. With the help of a Copilot. Okay, I'll ask Copilot to generate a file. Okay, so create GitHub action for building and deploying simple Java web project to Azure app service. So whatever be the Azure app service which we have created, Terraform app, this is where I want to deploy my application. So this prompt looks good. Press enter. If I'm not getting what I want, I can readjust my prompt accordingly. Okay, so it has created this. Okay, let me copy it and see. By the way, name of the file, I don't want main.yaml. So this is second application. So I'll say name as main-deploy.yaml. So changes happen on the main. I want this to trigger automatically. I want this to run on Windows latest. This will check out. This will set up on Java 11. This will create an deployable file. Okay, and finally, it will go and deploy this. Okay, for deploying also, I'll use Windows. Okay, and deploy is dependent on build, so I make sure this line 27 is needed over here. So before executing this deploy job, you must finish your build job, and then after that your deploy job should be started. Okay, and after deploying, it is asking this check out once again. Okay, and it is trying to deploy. Okay, so I will just modify something in build job after creating deployable file, upload file to some common location so that what is my deploy job can download that same file. Let's see how it is generating, because these are going to generate it, these are going to run on the separate machines, so you will not have otherwise the access of the jar file or var file it is generated by this. You will not have access of that despite of uploading and downloading. You need that, So look at this. So this has provided me additional steps. Okay. So upload artifact. So I'll just take this. Okay. So this will upload your Java application. So whatever from the target folder, I don't want jar file. I want var file. So whatever be the name of the var file, by the way, the name of the var file which we are having root.var, you can keep it root.var or star.var will also do. So that will be uploaded into some common location. And while running the deployment job, it will be run on the different machine, different agent altogether. It will be downloaded. So before deploying, it will get downloaded the same file. Okay, and finally, I'll have to say what file, root.var file I want to deploy. Okay, and while deploying also, you need some deployment, published profile you need. So we'll have to specify that also. So let me just go and verify this, whether this is working or not. First, I will get a problem over here. Okay, because I did not have yet a published profile. So I'll just go and cut this and use this in the different file. I'll run my build job first. Let me see whether it is having any problem or not in the build job. Okay, once the build job is successfully created, or this request has been automatically failed. This user deprecated version of version 2. It is using deprecated version. Copilot may not give you correct information, as I said. So I can ask once again to the Copilot, what is the version, but I have just used recently, so I know that version. So upload version, I believe 3 is the version which is currently available. So let me just go and use that. Okay, so it is setting up Java 11. After that, start building. Once the build is successful, it will create a var file and it should upload that var file into some common location. So var file has been uploaded. So this is the location where your var file is uploaded. Not a location. So it is saying that artifact has been uploaded successfully. So we should be able to download once I go and make use of a download job only. Yeah, but that has been uploaded to the common location. And this is where you will get the information about upload artifact more. I want to go there. So now this is working fine. Now let me just go and make use of my publish profile. So if I just go here on the Terraform application, which I have created on the Azure, over here, I'll get download publish profile. You see? So I'll have to click here on the download publish artifact, publish profile. Okay, and this is my publish profile. So I have to copy this publish profile and I have to set up. Okay. So this is one secret I have to set up in the GitHub action, or one variable I have to set up in the GitHub action. And the value for this variable should be, this content, whatever I have copied. So let me just go and set up this secret variable. This should be the name of my secret variable. Okay. So I'll go under the GitHub simple Java web project. I'll go to settings. Under setting, there should be option secrets and variables. Under security, you should see that option secrets and variables. Okay, and in actions, you have to click on new repository secret. So we'll have to click on new repository secret. So under secrets, I will be creating new repository secret. And this is the name of my secret. Okay, and the value should be whatever you have provided or whatever you have downloaded. So this is the value I've downloaded. I'll provide that value. And I'll say add secret. Okay, once I add secret, I know that I'll have to go under this application and have to enable that basic authentication So I can, I could have set up that while creating the application using Copilot only. I did not done that. So that's why I'll set up over here right away. Yeah. So the basic authentication should be enabled because we are trying to deploy our project by using a pipeline, you know. So that should be enabled. And over here, if you look at this is enabled. Okay. I think that is taken care while creating the application. By the way, let me tell you, by default, this option will be disabled. Okay. So hopefully after this, this action will work properly. So this has created. Let me edit that file. That's that file. What's the name? It's main -deploy.yaml. So main -deploy.yaml. So build job will create a var file. And let me just include a deploy job also. And let me place it in the correct indentation. This is going to be a lot of difficult otherwise. And that's that code. YAML pipeline. To deploy code, I'll take this code and then paste it over here. Yeah, and I don't have these things in the same level. I think this should be in the same level. Yeah. So now this thing in the same level. So what this is doing, so deploy. So whatever be the artifact you have created by the build job, deploy job will go and download the same artifact and it will try to deploy it. Where it will try to deploy, it on the same published profile which you have downloaded, and it will deploy what, root.var. Okay, so let's see, whether this is working or not. So hopefully this will work. So once I commit, I can see the action. Action has now two jobs, build job and deploy job. Build job will be completing first. And after finishing the build job, your deploy job will start. Let's see the logs. Okay, it has started creating that var file. So var file creation is done, build job is done. Now let me come back to the deploy job. So that deploy job must be started. So it is acquiring that agent. Yeah, okay, so this has failed. So what's the reason of failure? Let's see. Yeah, again, we are using the same version 2 for download also. So I'll have to modify that version. The version 3. Okay, so I'm making the changes over here. Committing the changes. Once you commit the changes, again, build job will execute. And once the build job executed, then deploy job will start. And you can see here build job is executing. Okay, and by the way, you can use the action and you can also start using that action without paying anything. You do not have to pay anything for creating that agent. As of now, GitHub Action do not charge anything. As of now, at least it is free to use. But the same thing, if you're using with the Azure, DevOps pipeline, you'll have to pay. You'll have to set up a billing for that. So it has executed the build, completed successfully, started deploy job, picking out the codes, done, downloading the build artifact. Let's see whether it is finishing or not. Downloading is also done, but while deploying, it has failed something. Okay, what is the problem? Deploy fail, publish profile is invalid for app name, slot name. Do I have a same application name or application name is changed? Okay, I did not provide that name of the application. I'll have to do it once again. So I have to take this application, name of the application, come back, modify that workflow file. So and if you look at this deploy job, so deploy job, this job is trying to deploy your application. So what is the name of your application? So the name of the application you're having in the Azure. So Terraform app is the name of the application. So that's the name. I'll edit. Okay. Let these say commit changes. Finally, it has created or it has started creating the build once again. And same process will happen. Once the builds finish, it will start a deploy job. Okay, so whatever we got the error, so we could have asked the Copilot to look for the solution also, because we do not have a time. That's why we are asking. Hopefully this will get executed now. Otherwise, we'll see. This has executed. Download job is also done, and it is starting deployment. You can see, yeah, var deployment has initiated. And can you see this is now starting deployment. Yeah, deployment is done. Okay, now I can go and refresh this. And if I get the output, our deployment is successful. So you can see, refresh this page and check the output. Are you getting the output on this page? No, I'm not getting. Let me just close it and reopen. Or you can see this in the incognito window also. Has not showing me the output. App service URL is this. On the incognito window also, it is showing me that same default page. I'll have to get why it is not showing me the output. To do that, I have to go into the deployment center. Go into deployment tool, advanced tool. Okay, and I have to go to the debug console and open the command prompt. And here you will see that folder which has been deployed under site, under www root, has deployed the application. Yeah, it has deployed the application index.js. I should see really the output. Let us restart this application once, because I did that. Service not unavailable. So it's unavailable. Yeah, in the web app is published on that application, but we can't see the output. So that's why I'll just open this way to see whether the output is coming or not. Yeah, we can see now. So it has taken maybe few seconds to restart, and here this is where we are able to see the output. Now you should also see the output. If you can restart or not restart, if you can open the incognito window, and if you say this will show you. Okay, or if you just refresh it couple of times, it will show you. Okay, so now I'll just go and do a small modification. So considering this is your version 2. Okay, so you got new feature development. You know, and you have modified that feature. You have added that feature in the source code. You know, so once you modify that feature into the source code, you can just go and commit that message or commit that changes. So for doing a commit, I can ask a commit message from a GitHub Copilot. This will give you a nice little Copilot message. Okay, and once done, you can just go and commit it. Once you commit, it will get committed to the local directory. Once you say publish, it will publish it to the GitHub repo. And once it published to the GitHub repo, it will update a main branch. And once it is updated a main branch, it will trigger a pipeline. And once it is triggered the pipeline, it will build a new WAR file and that will deploy a new WAR file on the app service. So that here you will see a new output. Once I publish it, this publishing is failed because there are few modification. So I have to pull that changes from a Git. Origin underscore Git main. And once you pull that changes, you can push, you can publish. And once you publish, now you can see your pipeline should be triggered automatically. Can you see? This has been triggered just now. And now whatever be the changes, with the new changes, it is building that WAR file. And once the new WAR file has been built, okay, that will deploy it to the Azure App Service. And once it is deployed on the Azure App Service, we will be able to see the output over here on this page. So we'll wait for this. And once this is completed, we will wind up. Archie, just give us a 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, sir, sure.
You can see that build job is completed. It has started a deploy job. Okay, and once the deployment is successful, we should see the output. So the deployment is successful. Now, if you look at refresh it, I should see that output. I'm not getting that output. So again, I have to do a restart, I believe. But eventually, I don't have to restart the application every time I'm making a modification. It is not reflecting, or it should happen maybe after few seconds. If it is not happening after a few seconds, then I'll just go and restart the application. Okay, so let me restart only, because by the way, this is restart on every deployment. It is not required because we are checking it for first time. Sorry. Okay, so eventually you will see the output over here. So whatever be the new changes you have done, so I should see this new feature version 2, down here, below here. So I'll do that refresh, okay, very frequently now. Now it is recognizing it is restarting that Tomcat server internally, and now we should see the output once that Tomcat server is up. Okay, so by the way, what we have done, and I'll show you this. By the way, let me summarize. So we have created very first this Azure, the Terraform template, Terraform script, Terraform project by using GitHub Copilot. Using that, we have set up a required infrastructure using IAC infrastructure as a code. We have created Azure App Service. Then after that, we have generated this Java project. We have pushed the Java project to the GitHub repo. And then we have created a pipeline. And that also, again, we have taken use of the GitHub Copilot to generate that pipeline. And once the pipeline, is generated, as soon as I push the code to the GitHub, it will trigger that pipeline. It will make an var file and it will deploy that var file over here. So as and when you go and change, you should see, over here a new output. Array, why it is not showing new output? It has been pushed now. This. Don't know whether there is some glitch or what. Let me add one last time.